How did you?
Hello. Yes. Yes. But it was coming at white. No. No. Yes. They'll be back.
Awesome. Thank you. I guess we'll do it later. I'm gonna do it for me. Have a good day. Thank you.
Oh, you're the well, I apologize. I thought I was running in front of him, but I didn't know in front of him. Listen, when a man gets back. No.
All right. Franklin Circuit Court now in session, the Honorable Dave L. Williams presiding. Make sure all your cell phones are turned off. Bow your head with my Thank you, may be seated.
Commonwealth versus Daniel Boston. Are you Daniel Boston? Born in 1982. What are the last four digits of your social security number?
9048.
Your date for a pretrial conference. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
Judge, he's co-defendant with Mr. Key, and I know we're going to probably have to have a hearing with Mr. Key before we have a trial date, so we're going to have another month on Mr. Boston.
May the 11th.
That's fine.
You want a negotiation day?
We'll, we'll be meeting May the 5th at noon, but Mr. Wilson will be there.
May the 5th for negotiation and May the 11th, next court appearance, okay? Ivy Branham. Ron,
That's a motion for exposure. The Commonwealth has no objection.
okay. Make sure I sign it, okay? Stephen Bridgman. Commonwealth versus Stephen Bridgman.
I have the 22. He
Well,
has
let me
23.
get him over here. Are you Stephen Bridgman?
Yes, sir.
What's your year of birth? Your year of birth
January 1460,
and the last four digits of your social security number.
6692.
Okay, you're here on 22 CR 0069. Mr. Cross represents you on that. 23 CR 001. Mr. Poindexter represents you. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, there's a co-defendant, Mr. Bridges' case, 23 CR1. He's going to be sentenced today. And I want to get him served with subpoena, so I would like to set the trial in 23 CR1 out. So I won't have to continue this. And then they continue 22 CR62. That's fine, bro.
How far out you want it? In June sometime, maybe?
It's going to be July or August.
Okay. we can do that. How about July 17th?
That's fine. with me.
That's fine.
Second. So you know what they do. He's not. He's He is not. He's not.
Okay. You want to set a pre-trial sometime? We'll set a pre-trial before.
We said one.
We can just wait, Your Honor, and if motions come up, we can file them in.
Okay,
If we could address one bond condition, Your Honor.
go ahead.
He's required to wear an ankle monitor. He's been a resident over 25 years. He owns 2 pieces of real estate. He's not a flight risk, and so we're asking that
What's he? Move over here so you know, Ken, what's he charged with?
It's a arson theft case, allegedly burning a cabin in the coke bin, right now, you don't know it. That's the allegations. He's not a flight risk. I agree with Mr. Poindexter. I don't think he's employed, is he?
Working where right now?
If you remember, Monitor, I wouldn't on a curfew on church with the doctor.
I don't think he'd have a problem with that, bro.
Okay, well, the Commonwealth has no problem over, you can remove the ankle monitor. You'll be under a curfew, you can go, you'd be at home, church, the doctor. If you're not, the pretrial is not here. There you are. I couldn't see. Mate, does he contact you? Does he have your number?
I'm sorry, what was the name?
Bridgman, Stephen Bridgman.
He's not reporting to us.
Do what?
He's not reporting to us, sir.
Is he supposed to be?
No.
Well, he is now, okay?
Yes, sir.
You need to get the number and call in and report periodically, okay? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next month. So that's all I have.
Sure, have a great day.
Sorry, you too.
Okay.
You can take all of them, you're in charge of this program.
Figured that I missed the boat. Okay.
Three counts there, doing depositions here at the end of it, so we can put a trial date in May or June. See what the depositions.
Okay. Very tired. Talking about the location. Let's say.
Yes, exactly.
I'm gonna need some paperwork. Is there a good day or time? I need to get your name, something like that.
5 hours is the negotiation.
My husband's gonna do his calls, make sure that it's right. I checked it. The girl was dead. That's office station. Next year. What you gonna have? Review a phone this week. Was giving something to her, but he's taking the thing from the go off, right? And then reporting to. And make sure we've got the right address, right?
It wouldn't do any good anyway, would it? Would it do any good? I don't know what reason. I don't know what it's called, but I.
They've not. Did you catch when his next court date? Mr. Point. So not that either. The last 17.
That's just awesome.
But I'm not.
Like I told him, all we're doing is one thing that he'll call us, make sure we know his address, tell him and that he knows when his next. You're good to go. I just need to call you next week and we'll just let you know. His name and I need.
No, it's just.
So is it?
No, it's the, I have to go to the clerk's office. What is it? Employee or citizen? It's making that name. I don't know.
I think I'll have to. Order or something.
But I don't think she's got any right. Or you take it up to jail. or something. It's a youngest jail. Sounds like my dad's church. Is that right?
It's found it. It's like, like that.
I don't know. Last thing. You got another face?
I've got it's a range.
So when she comes up with us.
You did.
Yeah, she's got jail charges.
But they. Yeah, yeah. They weren't. Some of them are, when they had freezing them 2 days after, and she was best time.
What was the face?
Drive like you this morning. Yeah, yeah.
The kind of power sort of had. That's it.
Can we ask Patty?
Yeah, the house. Nancy. It sounds like I need to read. Yeah. You did. Just means like there's not much for kids. It's exactly.
Commonwealth versus Cody Chilton.
Back on.
Commonwealth versus Cody Chilton. Are you Cody Chilton?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1988. Last four digits, social security number 01. We're here today on a motion for shock probation revocation. We all move civility. Mr. Cross, you move over here too.
This is the case that's been continued for some time, Your Honor. Mr. Chilton's got a 10-year sentence. And he got a DUI in Hardin County back in February 21st of 22. And it's still pending, and there's not a court date on it till May 22nd, 23rd. I think we've had this before, what, 2 or 3 times?
Yeah.
So.
He's, Your Honor, not.
June the 8th.
Okay, thank
You need to probably get, have you got the citation from that case or anything you ordered?
I've got it in the report.
Okay. Brandon Clark.
Yeah.
Commonwealth versus Brandon Clark. 19 CR 0059. Are you Brandon Clark?
Yes,
You born in 1991.
yes,
Last four digits, social security number 8017.
yes,
Here for a pretrial conference.
yes.
You represented by Mr. Cross. No, who represents public advocacy? Yeah,
Good morning, Your Honor. James Penny on behalf of the Department of Public Advocacy.
okay. We're here for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, this is a child support case. Mr. Clark was picked up in Alabama. I think he posted a substantial bond. But we've not been able to have a pretrial on it, so I'd ask for the motion day, May 5th, at 1 o'clock negotiation.
Okay, you be here at 1 o'clock on May the 5th for negotiation, and on May the 11th for your next court appearance, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Justin Gibson. Commonwealth versus Justin Gibson, 21 CR 0029. Are you Justin Gibson? Yes, sir. Born in 1995.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 0731.
Yes, sir. Fine.
You're here today on a pretrial conference also, it appears. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
We'll have a plea, Your Honor. We just now got the paperwork finished.
Okay, if you'll have a seat back there, they'll have some plea documents for you to go over with your attorney. Mr. Leverage, do you have a special prosecution case?
Yes, Judge, Chris Brasher.
Okay, that, they're not gonna be ready for that until 10, I guess. It's scheduled for 10, because he's incarcerated in Russell County, correct?
I believe that.
Yeah, okay, so. Tammy Gibson. Tammy Gibson.
Morning, Your Honor. James Finney again from Ms. Gibson and the Department of Public Advocacy. Judge, this is one, Ms. Gibson had showed up on her original April 7th negotiation day. That was Good Friday in error. She had brought a series of documents down that day, and her mother had a heart issue that she had to return back to Indiana. I've discussed this with the Commonwealth, and we've agreed to pass this out until May, if we could, Your Honor. And Mr. Penny can give me whatever documents he has. We've said May 5th, 1, May
May the 5th,
Yeah.
1, and then May the 11th at 9.
Thank you, Judge.
Pamela Guffey. Commonwealth versus Pamela Guffey, 21 CR 00119. Ms. Guffey, were you born in 1977?
Yes,
What are the last four digits of social security number?
6476.
476. Okay, we're here on a motion for probation.
Your Honor, Ms. Guffey was in drug court. She was administratively discharged because of significant health problems. So I just wanted Ms. Clinton, she could get signed back up with her if she wants to check it out. If she wants to unsupervise it, fine. I just want to make sure it didn't fall through the cracks.
Okay, well, let's put her on supervised for a while, and you can decide how it goes.
Yeah.
You'll need to meet with the probation parole officer, okay? How long will that be? What?
It'd be 5 years from the original sentence.
Okay,
She's on child probation, so.
Haley Harbor. Commonwealth versus Haley Harbor. 22 CR 0034, and 22 CR 0039. We have a pre-trial conference. Move over this way so you, Mr. So you get it in there.
Your Honor, Mr. Cody Perkins, our co-defendant, I guess it's Mr. Pennington going to take over his representation. So I was prepared to get a trial date today. There's a couple of things else I want to do, but I don't want to get a trial date, Mr. Pennington, just get Mr. Perkins' case. So that's probably what I'll ask next month's for a trial date. and go forward.
Cody Perigin, you want to come around? Cody Perigin. Both of them stay here for a second. It's Commonwealth versus Cody Perigin, 22 CR 0035 and 22 CR 0038. You were born in 1996, Mr. Perigin, last four digits, social security number 2329. Okay, you want to just go ahead and set this for a trial out
Yeah,
sometime?
just see if you want to set it out sometime.
Yeah.
I have no objection to that, Judge.
Okay. It's probably not gonna be a plea because we already had one.
That's fine. Assumption.
Yeah.
I'd say what, 2 days?
How about June 26th?
I've got a hearing on Monday the 26th.
How about the 27th?
Well, I'm good on the 27th, but I have a lot of stuff stacked up in Cumberland District Court on the 28th. They try to group my stuff together. Several cases, like 1, 2, about 7 cases.
And Judge, the only significance of that date.
We're not gonna do that.
Okay.
About May the 16th.
That's probably.
Election day, Your Honor.
Nobody will know, will they?
And I would go,
Okay, to June, let's go to,
what about the 10th and 11th of July? 11th of 12th.
I've got a couple of things that I can move.
I can't do the 10th and 11th. Don't.
24th, 25th, 26th of July.
How about the 25th and 26th?
July.
I've got a trial in Wayne Circuit that commences on the 26th.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna let y'all go. I guess we don't have enough time to try it. Okay, let's go back up to June. Yeah, let's go back up to, we talked about the 27th, 28th of June, didn't we? We talked about the
No, it's not.
27th, 28th of June.
It is, Judge.
Well, that's the day I've
Oh, I
got so
think
much in Cumberland District, like I have the cases set.
Well, they can reschedule it. There's several Wednesdays before then.
We can move them all. It's just a hassle to move that many.
How many do you have?
7.
We were just. The week before, that's the Bar Association, and they don't like us to schedule anything. I got like a rough letter from the chief. We looked at the 13th and 14th of June, and didn't, it was not good. Did we look at the 6th and 7th of June?
I'm good both days.
Is that okay?
If I have a problem, I'm going to find the parties now. I'm trying to get on their ducks.
That'll work.
I hope that's enough time, and I will have to take a couple out of state things. If I can get that, for the parties now.
You'll have to go a little farther out. That's not it. I guess. Okay, any pretrial motion should be filed in the May, approval date. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good, now, sure. Thank you for giving me the floor. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to affirm that you will conduct your duties as a member of the grand jury of the Clinton Circuit Court, that you will fairly consider all information presented to you, that you will protect and defend the Commonwealth of Kentucky's statutes and the Constitution of the United States of America, Constitution of Kentucky. To keep all things confidential.
Yes.
Thank you very much. James Irvin.
He's in custody.
Yeah, Judge, he's in custody.
Okay. Which jail is he in?
Should be Clint. He's in Clint.
Down here in Clinton. Clifford Kennedy. Clifford Kennedy.
He's in custody.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is he in the Clinton County Jail also? Cody Key. Cody Key. Commonwealth versus Cody Key, or you are Cody Key. You're here today on 23 CR 005 and 23 CR 0014. You were born in 1984. Last four digits, social security number 2184. Is that correct? What's the Commonwealth had in this case?
Your Honor, I almost filed a notice of 404B. Mr. Cross said he wanted to have a hearing on it before the trial, so we'll need to set that on the motion day or when.
Okay, and the motion to consolidate was,
Yes, we have the same case. So the motion to consolidate two different documents.
Keep it arranged on the second.
He has not.
Commonwealth Kentucky versus Cody Glenn Key. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment against you. You have the right to remain silent and you're represented by counsel. If you have any questions, step away and ask Mr. Cross. Okay. The grand jury returned it out and charged you with assault in the second degree, a class C felony. Is this allegedly out of the same occurrence, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
No,
so
not the same occurrence. This is prior. Same report is victim.
I'll have to look at the date.
Same report is victim, different day.
It is a different day, Mr. Cross, correct.
and you want to consolidate these two?
Not at this time. I want to get the hearing on the 404B first and then probably get a trial date on it.
Okay, well, then I'll just continue this till you renotice it, or do you want to have it on the next rule day?
Whatever the court, I don't know when we can get Mr. Cross here, other than no days. That's my suggestion.
Okay, let's have a memorandum there. Don't agitate, Mr. Cross. Okay, it's going pretty smoothly.
I don't have any more years.
Bothering here. You'll come for the next rule day with your 404 move. And we'll have it at the end of the document. And then the next pre-trial in the other case will be scheduled for the same. In this case.
I just need a date, sir.
Okay, thank you. Troy Coombs,
We do, you're not guilty plea on this.
you're not guilty plea, waive formal reading and arraignment. You're not, you can reserve all pre-trial motions, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, Troy Coombs. Are you Troy Coombs?
Yes, Honor.
You're here on 22 CR 0012. You born in 1972. Last four digits, social security number is 0635. You want to move on the other side of you want to come over here. What do you have here?
Your Honor, this is another case where we need a trial date. At one point in time, it was alleged the parties were going to take depositions. Mr. Thompson says they're scheduled in April, and I don't doubt his word, but in talking with my staff's conferences with her attorney and her, I don't know if they'll go or not, but I just need to get a trial date and get this case over.
Okay. What did they just record? The last Wednesday this month, the 30th, right? Try this in one day.
I would think so.
How about the 22nd of May?
It's down.
I can do that now.
Eighth day. Eighth, Mr. Stockton, the 8th day of May. The 7th is a Sunday. I said the 7th, didn't I?
You said the 22nd, I thought.
22nd, okay, well, it didn't appear there. I don't know, but I must hit the wrong button. Let me see.
I'm available the 22nd.
Okay, well, let's change it. Hit the wrong button, obviously. Okay, that'll be fine. Any pretrial motions should be heard on May the 11th. Everything. Okay. Hold on.
She was.
Richard Mason. Richard Mason. Commonwealth versus Richard Mason. 22 CR 0007. Mr. Mason, you born in 1983.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 5063.
Yes, sir.
We're here for a pretrial comment. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, we had one free trial, one negotiation day on this.
May the 5th. We're at 1 o'clock for the negotiation. May the 11th is your next court appearance. Okay. Jonathan Orton. I'm over to Jonathan Orton, 23 CR 00015. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Are you represented by an attorney?
That's what I'm saying about getting the court appointed.
You done an affidavit? You done an affidavit with him?
Oh, no,
No,
sir.
I honestly, I didn't know I had to, I'm sorry.
I don't think he does.
Hey, go over there and do an affidavit.
I'm sorry.
Commonwealth versus Kathy Phillips. Kathy Phillips.
How old is
I think Judge, it was noted on the docket, this is on first impression for the end of the docket.
Well, Your Honor, I'd object.
How long has it been?
There's any motion. I contacted Mr. Shepherd, he said he didn't file, so,
Okay,
he said he was going to, and he never did,
so there was not.
yes.
Okay, do you receive any of the following welfare?
So you wanna file one,
Social
that's all
Security,
right.
disability,
After that.
retirement, child support.
Commonwealth versus Kathy Phillips, 23 CR 0003. Where are we on the case generally?
Do you own a mobile home?
I'm in pre-trial, because it's-
Do you own any vehicles?
Let's do let her come on May the 5th for negotiation. You'll be here at 1 o'clock on May the 5th and then May the 11th. There's a necessity for you to have a suppression motion and you should serve it in a proper way on the Commonwealth. So we'll have it on the same day at the end of the docket.
Sir.
Nancy Raines. Nancy Raines.
You pay any rent to mortgage? Pay any child?
Commonwealth versus Nancy Raines, 22 CR 0067. Are you Nancy Raines?
Yeah.
Born in 2001. Last four digits of your social security number is 0300. We're for a pretrial and a motion to revoke bond.
Your Honor, I
You move to your left a little bit.
I asked for negotiation day in the pre-trial, and I withdraw my motion to vote on because the basis of the motion to vote on F case in district court and it's dismissed.
What kind of case was it?
It's theft of fire.
That's
Evidently, it's like it's dismissed.
There were.
To read this and then
That's the moment that's dismissed the district court.
Could you, if I order you to take a drug test today, could you pass it?
No.
I know you can't.
just so sure.
I know you are. It's obvious that you can't.
It's just sweet.
You need to step over there and talk to your attorney, I guess, just for a second and see. I don't to be truthful with him. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Stockton can step away off the record. I want to know what kind of drugs you're doing, that sort of thing, because I'm concerned about your health and your safety. Okay, you step back over there and talk to him just for a second. And we'll just stop just for a second. Okay.
I've never worked in this. So can you give this to the judge?
We'll go off the record just for a second.
Judge,
Mr. Stockton, you want to go back there and meet with him just for a second? See if he's had enough time, see.
No, they don't call the case. You already told the attorney to. That's the only.
Bet you look at.
Okay, you want to knock on the door and have him come back out here.
Your Honor, I appreciate the time.
Yeah. What do you have? She was warned last month also. She came here dirty last day, and now she's dirty again today.
Well, I mean, obviously, this is pre-trial. This is not,
She's under a bond.
she is under bond.
That's the problem here.
You're correct, and I think my client would acknowledge that she has an issue with marijuana.
Well, I want to take it. If that's all she has a problem with, then we'll let her, if that's what she's gonna say, then we'll have a urine test done, but I'll see what else shows up in there.
Your Honor, if I might continue, she's had history in the past, there's no doubt, and I think she's coming off of that, and also not only, you know,
What's she on today?
marijuana, I believe she says that there may be some
Meth, that's right.
not
But
today,
I'm trying.
not
I'm
today,
not saying you're not
a
trying.
couple, 3 weeks.
The penitentiary is full of people who are trying to do better, you know, and so are rehabs. Where you need to be is in the rehab. What's the underlying charge, Mr. Stockton?
She's co-defendant in a theft.
Well, you're in the custody of the jailer until we can get you into a rehab
Really
situation.
good situation. She's got a bed available. She spoke with her mom, and we could probably get
Well,
her to someplace called the Warm Center.
well, Well, you submit the place to Mr. Stockton for the Commonwealth's approval. Okay, some of these places, unless you want to vouch for the place, are you familiar with the place yourself?
I'll make sure I do my due diligence.
Well,
That's like the problem.
I know, but this, have you done it on this case is what I'm asking. I mean, you looked at this place? Where she's wanting to go, I'm asking you.
Before I would tender that to the Commonwealth for approval, I will make sure.
Okay, well, I'm just asking you if you've done it yet.
I have not.
So that means it's got
all new
sprung
stuff.
on, got sprung on, so I don't want to spring anything on. So she's in the custody of the jailer. And then we'll get her into rehab just as soon as we can until, and watch this case progress. When's the co-defendant up, Mr. Stockton, today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, who is the co-defendant?
Well,
There's several.
there were several, David Carringer, Jeremy Albertson entered the plea, and then you've got Wesley Raines entered the plea, so.
Okay, so the co-defendants,
There's one other co-defendant that's not even.
okay, well, I'll tell you what, her next court date will be set the date that one of those will be in, and we'll inform you as to their court date.
I would think it'd be next month.
Okay,
11.
May the 11th, and then she'd possibly have a negotiation day on the 5th. And you can decide where she, 5th and the 11th. Okay. Do you have someone from the jail here? They'll have to transport her to Russell County. Okay. They won't lodge her down here, will they? You take her,
They'll transport.
they'll transport her? Okay.
You need that form.
Well, yeah, I don't have it yet. See what? Here, let's go back on the record. You never put us back on the record. So what we're gonna do, we were off the record and I've ordered. I've revoked the bond. She's going to jail. However, we're gonna try to get her into a rehab situation. And her defense attorney's gonna do due diligence on the rehab and get approval of that from the Commonwealth attorney. Our next court date, negotiation date on May the 5th, and the next court date is May the 11th. Okay. Chad Scott. Chad Scott, active warrant, it says. She's been put in NCIC. Okay. Laura Stinson, active warrant, Laura Stinson, NCIC. Noah Stockton. Noah Stockton. Are you Noah Stockton? You're here on 22 CR 0084. You born in 1996. Last four digits, social security number 0045. Mr. Stockton, it has on my docket bond forfeiture hearing.
Well, he missed it's negotiation day or court day, I can't remember which. I thought Mr. Shepherd and I were pretty close to resolve. So we have one more free trial. I think there was an order done in state of jail. I think they need to lose.
At a sanction, is that correct, sir? Are you okay today? Can you pass it? Do what? Yeah. We need somebody to give this young man a urine test. He looks under the influence to me. You got anything you want to tell me before we do that? You want to tell your lawyer something? Okay, give him a test then.
Possibility.
I can't hear what he's saying.
Yeah. We go for it.
Yeah, that's right. Step away here. Okay, I'll call him. He's gonna have a public offender though. I'm gonna call Curtis Tuck, Mr. Carroll's case. Curtis Tuck. Commonwealth versus Curtis Tuck, 23 CR 0010. You are Curtis Tuck.
Yes, sir.
Born in 1985. Last four digits, social security number 5102. Is that correct? Okay, we're here on a pretrial conference. You're represented by Mr. Tom Carroll. What does the Commonwealth have to say in this case?
Your Honor, I think this is Mr. Carroll's first appearance. We could have a negotiation done in brief.
Okay, negotiation will be May the 5th at 1 o'clock, and the next court date will be May the 11th at 9 a.m. Both of them conditions your bond, okay? Have you provided Mr. Carroll with the discovery in this case, or did somebody else?
We're using some kind of electronic document share, so his office will be able to kind of.
Okay, thank you very
I've
much.
been advised it was been sent, but we haven't figured out how to receive it yet. So thank you.
I'm sure she'll be.
Well, there's more to come as far as e-filing is concerned. Commonwealth versus Jameson Wallace.
Mr. Tuck. Mr. Tuck. Mr. Tuck. I need you a minute.
Are you Jameson Wallace? Born in 2003. Last four digits, your social security number 1655. Is that date? Pre-trial was a Commonwealth have said.
No, we're probably going to shut this case.
May the 5th, it's a negotiation day at 1 o'clock. And then your next court date is May the 11th. Both of those are conditions of your bond, okay? Joseph Wallace for sentencing. You have the pre-sentence investigation report. Pre-sentence investigation.
Yeah.
This is Joseph Wallace. You're here for sentencing Sir, have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole? Okay, you need to speak up a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct? Mr.
Yes,
Carl?
Your Honor, it is. We both reviewed it. We take no exception.
Okay, upon a plea of guilty to traffic and controlled substance, first degree, first offense, and PFO. Second, defendant shall receive a sentence of 6 years. Probated, however, for 5 years. Defendant shall forfeit $2,532 Commonwealth to be dispersed according to the forfeiture order. Defendant shall also forfeit a firearm. Okay, now, wait, before I do this, where was this firearm?
I knew at one time, I think it was
Your
on
Honor.
residence, Your Honor, the search warrant was
It was in his residence, found in the bedroom. It's 22 pistol, I believe. Is that correct, Mr. Wall? Yeah, it was found in the bedroom.
Let's come up here, Mr. Stockton. If we have a PFO on him, he's bound to be a convicted felon.
Yes.
And he had a firearm.
The only reason I did this is he went to the rehab last game on the ball. When he found it's, we both 4 sets of salary.
Well, I'm just worried about, well, no, I'm not, I'm just worried about the firearm.
I understand. If it was an assault rifle or 45 or something he had out of public, I would take a different stance.
And that's understandable. No,
Well, it might be understandable, but the prosecutor can use prosecutorial discretion with his, you know, but it's not understandable to me why you had a firearm. I don't understand that. You know? I mean. Well, the employment goes a long way to me. You know, I understand, you know, but I'm gonna tell you what, you got a huge break here. Okay, huge break. That firearm would have been a bad thing. You know, the trafficking thing and being a PFO could have enhanced it up. You could be spending a long time. I would suggest that I don't see you back up here again on anything. And you don't be around any kind of firearm. If anybody, when you get in a car, you need to ask anybody if they got a firearm. If you go someplace to visit somebody, is there a firearm here? You're not to be around. You understand that? Yes, sir. Okay. Okay.
thank you.
Yeah. Christopher Young. Christopher Young. Y-O-U-N. You, Young? Young?
There's a G.
Is there? It just wasn't on the docket. Okay, this is, there wasn't a G on your name on my docket, so. Commonwealth versus Christopher Young, 23 CR 00018. Here today for the purpose of arraignment. Are you represented by counsel?
Your Honor, Mr. Finnegan, I think thought we had this case and did, but I was contacted by Mr. Young's employer this morning, Bart Parrish, and it remains to be seen if Pauline Parrish will represent him or if I will, but I'm here today for Mr. Young in lieu of Mr. Finnegan.
Well, wait a second. Are you entering appearance or?
Yes.
Provision?
I'm
Okay.
entering.
Okay.
It remains to be
And
seen
you
if
can't-
it'll be permitted or Pauline.
Well, it
I think-
remains to be seen where I'll relieve you or not too, when you want to get out. So, okay, you're excused. Okay, A grand jury is returning an indictment, charging you with possession of controlled substance in the first degree and 2 charges, okay? You have a right to remain silent. Mr. Cross has entered appearance on your behalf. And You acknowledge the identity of your client, proceed indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, interview, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Negotiation day on May the 5th and the next at 1 o'clock. And the next court date is May the 11th for pretrial.
Your Honor, I want to make the court aware too, I filed a motion to revoke the bond because when the indictment warrant was served, he was made bond on March the 9th, and he was being served another bench warrant, and he had meth and drug trafficking.
You got new charges coming then?
Yes, I'm doing that.
He was out on bond from the district court.
He
You know,
was,
he made bond on this on March the 9th,
okay, on this and that.
on this and that, and then 2 days later, he was released. More meth.
Oh, I thought you meant when they
I
served.
may have
it.
misspoke, yeah.
So
It was a bench warrant being served, and that's when he took the deal.
Your Honor, if I may address the court. Mr. Young, I have represented him before. And he's got one ability, and that is to work hard every day. He works in the logwoods for Bart Persian. But he does not seem to appreciate the fact that there's certain things that you just don't do. And if you're out on bond and allegedly there's something found in your possession, and I don't have any details on it. And I do think that it would be appropriate, of course, to leave him out on bond, but to restrict him with an ankle monitor or whatever conditions the court
what I'm
wants.
gonna do is I'm gonna put him in jail. And then I'm gonna allow a work release if he wants to get out of work.
I think that's reasonable.
You're in the custody of the jailer. And you can get out, have your employer, have his employer to check with the jail and set a schedule up. We'll include that in the order. Okay, now we're going back up, I guess, to Mr. Orton. Mr. Orton. Mr. Orton, I have reviewed your affidavit. I'm going to appoint the Office of Public Advocacy.
Thank you.
Fill that over there for me there. Howard, you say you've got zero income. Why don't you have any income? You got a job anywhere?
Trying to get my disability where I've had back surgery and stroke.
Okay, Mr. Orton, Mr. Orton to be arraigned. Yeah, Mr. Orton's. See here. Here it is, right here. What is this thing? Right here it is. I had to mark out. I didn't. Okay, you have the right to remain silent. You are represented by attorney. This is 23 CR 00015. The grand jury of Clinton County returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance of first degree methamphetamine, theft, unlawful taking of disposition, 2 counts. There's some interlineated charges on there, Counselor. Mr. Bailiff, you want to hand that to him? You acknowledge the identity of your client, receiving indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll, now there was a motion to revoke bond, Mr. Stockton.
Yes, Your Honor, I want to make the court aware that he posted bond on March the 2nd of this year, and then on March the 3rd, he was charged with falsely reporting incident to law enforcement in Kerman.
That was the fallen tree thing I read in your motion.
And the thing that's concerned me about it was, I asked Sheriff Williams how he found out about the incident. And evidently, Mr. Orton was texting a picture of what happened, either his girlfriend or his wife, maybe involved in some kind of EPO or DPO action. So I just want to make sure he understood the significance of this case, that he's got a pending felony, and he needs to be abiding by his own conditions, especially if he's got an EPO in place, he don't need to be.
Was he allegedly violating the EPO?
I don't know. I've not looked into it or not. That was the thing that Sheriff Williams told me that raised my concern. It's all coming again. So. I'm not asking for him to be put in jail at this time. I don't know what the proper thing to do is, but you know, usually when you're in trouble, you don't want to be stirring up a lot of stuff.
Yeah, well, the old saying, when you're in a hole, you need to quit digging.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't want to hear any more problems with your bond.
Yes, sir. Understand,
None.
absolutely.
The 5th and the 11th, is that correct?
That's correct.
5th for negotiations at 1 o'clock and the 11th is your next court date. Okay. Okay, let's go to the Russell County. Are you on there yet? They don't appear to be on yet. Somebody needs to call Russell County for us. Okay, Wayne County.
Russell County's here, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll come right back to you after this. Okay, let's go to Wayne County real quick and then we'll come right back to Russell. Russell, if you turn your camera off just for a second, I'll be right back with you. Are you on? Yeah. I can't hear what's going on. Supposed to give him a drug test. Is he? Well, nobody told me. So we'll bring him back out here. Okay. Bring it back out in a minute, so. Okay, we're in Wayne County, Commonwealth of Kentucky for sentencing. It's Commonwealth versus Matthew Denny. Are you Matthew Denny?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a laptop? See, what they usually do is they set up.
Zoom in and, yeah.
Yeah, they set a laptop up there. This is not working over here yet. Will you put an order in to AOC? Good luck to have that fixed. Well, here, you turn around here. Just step over here where you can see it. You see your attorney there?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report that was done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
And is it substantially correct, Counselor?
It is. I
Okay.
didn't know any of it.
Is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
On a plea of guilty, upon plea of guilty in indictment 22 CR 0083 for the charge of burglary, third and PFO, defendant shall receive a sentence of 6 years to serve. The 6 years shall run consecutively with Clinton indictment number 20 CR at 0047, 00055, 0076, and 00056. The defendant stipulates the revocation of 47, 20 CR 0047, 21 CR 0055, 20 CR 0076, and 21 CR 0056. Under indictment 22 CR 0083. Once the defendant is released from incarceration or parole, the defendant shall pay restitution of $800. The Clinton Circuit Clerk's Office, subject to 5% fee. And considering the length of the sentence, I'm going to waive a court cost. Anything to enter the judgment. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Wayne County, you do have anybody else over there for us, do you? If not, you may be excused. Okay?
No.
Thank you very much. Russell County. Russell County. There you go. Commonwealth versus Christopher Thrasher. You'll have to kind of come around here where you can see him. You're welcome to approach over here. You are Christopher Thrasher.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now this is a motion to sit for trial. There are two separate line of indictments here. Is that two case numbers? Which one is 0014 the pornography, or what is it?
I believe that's right.
Newer cases.
The newer cases that y'all saw.
Okay, so is this 0014? Is it newer? It's kind of like ask me when that happened. So when grandma had surgery right after that, you know, I don't remember. This is the last one. Okay, so
21-114.
that's it. That's when we're on here. Okay, now how many days do you think it'll take to try this thing?
I think we've had it set for 3. If there's a defense expert involved.
It was already set previously. We had some kind of issue come up as far as the expert witness availability or something. Is that right?
Yes, Judge. That
Okay. How, will you have expert witnesses or anything?
I do, Your Honor. It's my expert who was not.
Yeah.
On the table.
Yeah,
I'm gonna apologize ahead of time because I know it's not customary for the defendant to pick privates. But I have reached out to my expert asking for.
that makes sense. What dates are they available?
They're available, the dates they've given me are the week of August 21st.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at that. That's, I'm open then. Are you open then?
I can make that work, Judge.
August 21st to the 23rd.
You think 3 days would be enough?
I know it will. We'll make the first one real long and see where we are. Now, are you, while we're here and while the defendant is here, that was the 21st to the 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Now, what about the venue? Are you gonna have any problem with the venue here?
I don't anticipate.
Okay, well, you need to, any kind of motions like that need to get to be done far enough ahead of time. So we do not have to reschedule the trial. We can move the case to Cumberland County, or we can move the case to Wayne County. Or we can move it to Russell County. I mean, you're supposed to do it to a contiguous county and give preference to the county that's in the same judicial district. So we could do it in Monroe County. But
Russell will be fine, Judge.
yeah, it'll be, you don't have to drive as far.
Not quite as.
127 gets finished, it won't be as big a problem for you. If it gets finished. Okay, so we'll set the trial that, any kind of motions, discovery is complete.
Yes, sir.
Given the defense, everything you have. So if you have any motions about, they should be filed by the July 13th rule date. Okay, any motions is affected, that's still over a month away. We have actually an August 10th rule day, but that's a little close. So let's do it by July 13th, okay? And in Russell County, I don't think you have anybody else over there for us, is that correct?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, y'all may be excused. Let's go to Clinton County.
Thank you.
Yeah. Clinton County.
Yes, he did. He's like, he's still down there, Taylor.
Okay, let's take Jeremy Albertson for sentencing. Jerry Albertson. One.
Morning, Judge.
Commonwealth versus Jerry Albertson. Clinton County, are you back on the air? Are you Jerry Albertson?
Yes, sir.
Your year of birth, 2004,
Yes,
last 4 digits, social number 6324.
yes,
You're here for sentencing in 22 CR 0057, 58, 59, 60, 61, and 79. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir, I have.
Substantially correct.
Yes.
The counselor, is there any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
Want to plead guilty of indictment number 0079. The defendant shall receive 5 years. On charge of receiving stolen property at a sentence of 5 years. Criminal mischief. First degree, sentence of 5 years to 3 5-year sentences shall run concurrently. On 0061. Shall receive for the charge of receiving stolen property, he shall receive 5 years. Evidence 5 years, criminal mischief first 5 years, arson second 5 years. The defendant shall receive a sentence of 15 years. The 3 5-year sentences and the 15-year sentence shall run concurrently for a total of 15 years. Under 61, that number 61. Once released from incarceration, she'll pay restitution $3,800. Indictment number 59, the receiving stolen property shall receive 5 years. 0057, he shall receive for charge of receiving stolen property. The defendant shall receive 5 years. Possession of controlled substance, first degree 3 years, 5 years, and the 3 years shall run concurrently for 5 years. On a plea of indictment 22 CR 0058. For the charge of receiving stolen property, shall receive a term of sentence of 5 years. The 5-year sentence in 79, 59, 57, and 58 shall run concurrently with 22 CR 0061 for a total of 15 years. We shall waive the court costs concerning the but the restitution order will remain in place. Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's, the gentleman that took the test for me. Mr. Stockton. Mr. Stockton. Okay, Mr. Stockton was here initially on a bond forfeiture hearing, is that correct?
No, he was here for a pretrial conference.
He's had it wrong on here. Okay, let's set him for a conference on May the 5th. In the next court at 1 p.m. and the next court date's on the 11th. I'm revoking his bond. He is tested dirty for marijuana and meth and violated the terms of his bond. So he's in the custody of the jail.
He's got a leg mark on jail.
Leg monitor will come off. Here you go. Okay, let's go back to Clinton County Jail. David Brown. David Brown. Commonwealth versus David Brown, 22 CR 00016. Are you David Brown?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, your year of birth is 1972.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's 4 digits, social security number 3541.
Yes, Your Honor.
Stockton, it's on the docket probation revocation. What do you have here?
Your Honor, he has a 5-year sentence on theft by unlawful taking. He was probated. He owed restitution. On December the 4th of 22, he was arrested for shoplifting in Taylor County. He was placed in jail here in Clinton County on December the 7th. The case was pending just a few days ago when he was convicted of shoplifting. He's been in jail now, I calculate 127 days. I'm agreeable to a sanction of that amount of time if Mr. Brown will get out and work and pay on the restitution and quit having sticky fingers. Otherwise, I'm going to ask that he serve the rest of this sentence.
So he was out on,
He was on probation. He got a shoplifting charge at Walmart in Taylor County on December the 4th. He's been in jail on this probation violation since December the 7th, 127 days. That's probably the world's longest shoplifting sentence we've had. But Mr. Brown's going to have to learn how to, if he
Mr.
can't.
Brown, you think you can stop being a menace to society by your thieving ways? Can you quit that?
He's
Your microphone is off down there. Y'all's microphone's off at the jail.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Where are you gonna seek employment?
I'm gonna try to go back to Tyson or down to Cowboy Charcoal.
I'm trying to, there you go. Can you still sit there? Okay, so I will tell you, when you present proof of employment, I'll let you out of jail. So.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
So we'll just get a letter and your attorney your employer can get that, and you'll be under a curfew. You'll be at home, church, or the
Your
doctor.
Honor.
Yeah.
I draw Social Security.
Oh, you're on disability?
Yes.
Well, they won't appreciate you working when you're doing
Not too
that.
many hours.
Yeah, I don't know how you can draw and be in custody, but I thought maybe if it's not SSI, I guess you can.
Yeah, I draw Social Security.
Okay.
Have you been drawing while you're incarcerated?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, usually suspended, so I never have really understood why they suspended it while somebody's incarcerated. They aren't going to be working anyway. Well, I'm not going to ask you if you're allowed to work without being read your rights here. Well, I'm gonna let you out. I'm gonna just say your number of days are not good days. They are sanctioned for your bond violation, and I'll just put you on probation. You're restricted to your house or church or the doctor for another 60 days or something like that, and then have normal.
Your Honor, whether Mr. Brown draws Social Security or goes back to work, I want to make sure he knows he still has to pay the restitution he owes.
How much is the restitution?
I was thinking it's like $1,200 or $2,000 somewhere.
When can you pay that back?
I'll start paying on it immediately when I get out.
Okay, $100 a month. What was the agreement, Mr.
I
Stockton?
think it was $100 a month, Your Honor.
Okay, well, what I want y'all to do is I want them under close supervision for the next 60 days. It's under curfew. Okay, home, church, or the doctor. And you need to contact your probation and parole office if you need to go anywhere else but that for the next 60 days, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Can I ask you something?
You surely may.
When I was arrested in Taylor County, they kept my billfold and my truck keys and stuff. Are there any way I can go over and get them?
Yeah, you just make arrangements with your probation and parole officer, and they'll give you a time window that you can go over there and make an appointment to pick that stuff up, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah. David Carnder. Commonwealth versus David Carnder, 22 CR 0062, 63, 64, 78. Are you David Carnder?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1993.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 0416.
Sir.
You're here on the pretrial conference. What do we have, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, I've spoke to Mr. Pennington. I'd like to have one pretrial with him on the case. And a negotiation day. And if we can't resolve it on May the 11th, get a trial date.
May the 5th for negotiation and May the 11th for the next court appearance.
And Judge, if I could be heard, Mr. Carrender has arranged, if the court would allow, some inpatient or in-house rehabilitation. Judge, this is the co-defendant with Ms. Raines, if you recall. She had some substance abuse problems, and we talked about getting some rehab for her. Mr. Carrender had actually made the same request to me when I met with him. So, Judge, I'd actually discussed it with Mr. Stockton. He didn't really take a position one way or another, but
Well, if we can resolve the case, it might be part of a plea. He's got
Just wait and see if you can resolve it. If we can't resolve it, then you can file a motion on the 11th. You still have plenty of days to.
certainly.
And Mr. Stockton will waive the normal notice time on having a motion since your negotiation day so close to the next.
I will.
Okay,
Yes, Judge.
okay, no problem. Austin Edwards. Austin Edwards.
I need this.
It's right there. Yeah, you can see it here. Commonwealth versus Austin Edwards.
Based on what David wrote.
Commonwealth versus Austin Edwards. 22 CR 0071. You are Austin Edwards,
Yeah,
born in 1999. Last four digits, social security number 5883. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, Mr. Edwards was taken to KCPC. He was evaluated. There
If I
was
got out of here, we'd go to the Sun. I didn't go to KCPC.
And when he was evaluated, they couldn't make a determination on criminal responsibility. And a court order was entered for further treatment.
You're
We
lying,
contacted-
cocksucker.
We contacted.
Wait a second. Cut his microphone off.
Mr. Edwards.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Stockton.
We contacted KCPC yesterday, and they said they would originally hope to get him in May, maybe May or June, when they take him back for further treatment. The court order's already been entered, and they know that he needs to be further treatment in this case
Okay.
because of his diagnosis.
This is a tough situation because Austin has been down there 6 or 7 months. We know he's not going to be tried on this case.
I don't know that he's not going to be tried.
Well,
in this case.
This young man needs treatment and can't get it. His parents would be willing to take him home and bond him out, but then again, did you all hear he blew up again today, Herner? So I don't think that's gonna happen,
No.
but we gotta get him in treatment.
Well, they're going to order that.
But can we not do a mandamus or something? I mean, can I file something? You'd sign it, wouldn't
I'm saying, if you can make KCPC do something, then I've got a lot of other issues that I want you to help me resolve.
Well, I don't want to be
Pretty
under
much,
burden with
They
that.
do pretty much what they want to. So I'm sure Mr. Stockton may have no objection if you can try to find an order to get him.
Yeah, if he can get him in quicker, or if there's another lockdown facility where he can get treatment, I'd go along with that.
Well, let's see if we can get him in quickly there. I'm not familiar with any other place in Kentucky that.
I'm not either.
Unfortunately, and there's a big mental health conference coming up later this month or next month, considering the state of mental health treatment. So I don't think at the present time it'd be safe for y'all to have him with you. I know you're well intended and you love him, he's your son, but something's gonna have to be done before he gets there. He said numerous things on every occasion, made tremendous racial slurs and every kind of foul mouth stuff, and I haven't done anything to him. as far as contempt, because I don't think he's responsible for what's doing. I just keep on going, but I'm not gonna let him out until he gets some treatment and they convince me that he's not a danger to someone. Okay, we'll just schedule him out, let's say in July. The next July 13th would be the next court date, subject to what they do up there, and we're getting a report on his culpability. Okay,
We'll try to get it done.
thank you. Sydney Foster. Commonwealth versus Sydney Foster, 21 CR 00100. Are you Sydney Foster?
Yes, sir.
We're here on 21 CR 00100. Were you born in 1972, sir?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits social security number are 8738. We're on a pretrial conference, Mr. Stockton.
Your Honor, I would ask for another pretrial conference in May without a negotiation date. And the reason why is there's a case going to the grand jury today with the charges of attempted murder. So I'm sure Mr. Pennington will need the discovery before we can properly pretrial both cases.
May the 5th, you don't need a negotiation date.
I wouldn't think so, because Mr. Pennington, I'll need to get him the discovery on the new case. And he'll need to get appointed. So we'll probably get a negotiation in June.
He can contact you if he wants a negotiation day. And
That's correct. If he wants to get up to speed earlier, I'll be glad to meet with him.
Okay, May the 11th is the next court date.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And after you review the evidence, if your attorney reviews the evidence, Mr. Foster, and thinks there's a possibility of negotiation to move your case forward, he will schedule a negotiation on May the 5th at 1. If not, we'll see you on May the 11th. Okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Bobby Hicks. Bobby Hicks. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Bobby Hicks. 23 CR 0017. Are you Bobby Hicks? Born in 1966.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits social security number 7813. Do you have an attorney?
Yes,
Who is your attorney?
Mr. Pennington.
Judge, I think this has been on arraignment, so I don't think I've officially been appointed yet.
Did Office of Public Advocacy represent you in district court?
Yeah, we had Barry.
Yes.
Okay, I'll continue the appointment. I guess we'll need a negotiation day of May the 5th, and the next court dates May the 11th. What is the it hadn't been arraigned yet, so you have a right to remain silent here while the charges are being read. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with assault in the 4th degree and strangulation in the 2nd degree. You understand what those charges are. I'm not asking whether you did or not. You just understand what the charges are.
You know what they are?
No.
Charges, he asked you, you know what they are?
No, I don't.
Okay, we'll hand them here. I'll read them to you then, okay? The grand jury says that on or about November 14th, 2022, and before the finding indictment, you committed assault of the offense of assault 4th degree, a misdemeanor, when you intentionally and wantonly caused physical injury to Della Murray, when during a physical altercation you applied pressure to her throat, impeding her airway. And the strangulation charge says that on or about. Okay, now this has Cumberland County in the indictment, Mr. Stockton, down in the body of the indictment. So you moved to amend it.
Judge, give me just 1 second. I'll get Mr. Stockton.
Yeah, I was entering the eight. Okay, and you would make sure this. Okay, on or about the 14th day of November, for the filing and indictment in Clinton County, Kentucky. The above named defendant committed the offense of strangulation, second degree, class D felony, when without consent intentionally impeded the normal breathing or circulation of blood to apply pressure to Della Murray's throat, intending her passageway peace against peace and dignity. You acknowledge the identity of your client, counselor, received the indictment, away formal reading and arraignment, and plea of not guilty.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the May 5th at 1 o'clock for negotiation, and May 11th for the next pretrial. What is Mr. Hicks's? What's his bond?
Get ready to report that on.
What is his bond?
For Mr. Hicks, it's 25,000 shirt.
What?
25,000 shirt.
Right, but you need to talk to him, see if he's got anybody that can make that. That doesn't seem to be an unreasonable bond for this charge, okay? Okay, Wesley Rains. Wesley Rains. Your attorney will be able to see you soon, Mr. Hicks.
Thank you.
Wesley Rains
Especially.
for sentencing. Are you Wesley Rains?
Yes, sir.
You born in 2001?
Yes, sir.
What are the last 4 digits of your social security number?
6433.
6433?
Yeah.
Okay, have you had an opportunity to look at this pre-sentence investigation report that's done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Move over this way closer. Okay, that's good.
Your Honor, we take no exception with it.
Is there any reason why you should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Upon plea of guilty, indictment number 22 CR 0065, charge of wanton endangerment, defendant shall receive a sentence of 1 year. Upon plea of guilty, 22 CR 0066, receiving stolen property over 1,000, shall receive a sentence of 1 year. The 2 1-year sentences shall run concurrently for a total of 1 year. Defendant agrees and stipulates pretrial diversion revocation indictment number 0028. Final sentencing in 0028 scheduled for today also will be 1 year. And the 1 year at 65, 66 shall run consecutively to 28 for a total of 2 years. So that's what the sentence is. And what the court costs? 155. 155. You'll pay it $25 a month starting 30 days after you're released. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Alfred Silva. Commonwealth versus Alfred Silva, 23 CR 00. We'll move over this way a little bit more. That's good. 23 CR 00012. Are you Alfred Silva?
Yes, sir.
Silva, were you born in 1962?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 3706. We're here today for pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
I would ask for a negotiation day in a pretrial conference.
May the 5th for negotiation, the 11th for the next pretrial. What are the charges that you're selecting for Mr. Silva here?
I know there's sex abuse. Yeah. Thanks for the rate. I can't remember if it's second or first.
Second.
Second.
Degree.
Okay, well, we'll have to see him the 5th at 1 o'clock and the 11th, okay?
Judge, I know maybe visiting bond. I had discussed with Mr. Stockton the possibility of Mr. Silva being on home incarceration. He lives close here in the area in Clinton County. Mr. Stockton said, obviously, if there was any movement on the bond, he would want electronic monitoring as any condition given the victim. Judge, we would just ask for that relief so that Mr. Silva could get out and properly defend himself.
Well, I'd have to know.
It is a rape first case.
I'm not going to do that without a hearing. I mean, if there was some sort of circumstance, that sort of thing, and I will not use this as your one motion that you're entitled to. You can reserve that.
Yes, Judge.
That, and if you want to file a motion for bond reduction, that's the next date you can, okay? Okay.
Yes, Judge.
William, next is William Sears. William Sears.
You mean William Starnes, Your Honor?
Starnes, yeah. William Starnes. Or Stearns. William Stearns or Starnes?
Starnes.
Yeah, that's what Commonwealth versus William Stearns, 23 CR 0009. You're here today for sentencing, Mr. Stearns. Were you born in 1976?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 61641.
Yes.
Hey, have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes.
Is it substantially correct? Is there any reason that this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor, I've reviewed it with Mr. Stearns.
Substantially correct.
Yes, Judge.
Upon plea of guilty to failure to comply with sex offender registry, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 1 year, probated for 2 years. Probation is to be supervised. He shall receive credit for time served and shall be released today. Now, Mr. Stearns, you realize that every time when you're released here, wherever you go, you've got to register. And if you do not register, it'll be a new violation. You understand that?
Yes,
Not only
sir.
will you get revoked on this, but you'll get a new violation. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. You don't need to meet with the probation and parole officer when she's gonna come over there today, and you won't be released until you meet with her, okay? She's
Yes, sir.
gonna come Today, give you conditions. Now, we had a couple people earlier. Yeah, well, there's a couple people that are in Clinton County Jail too.
Judge, I think Mr. Irvin.
James Irvin, is James Irvin down there? I've got Clifton Kennedy. Commonwealth versus James. Are you James Irwin?
Sir.
You're here for sentencing, Mr. Irwin. You born in 1973.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number are 9756.
Yes, sir.
Okay, have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole? Is it substantially correct? Your attorney says it's substantially correct. Is there any reason therefore that this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
On a plea of guilty to sexual abuse, first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years to serve. And then, what is the court cost? Court cost of $155. You start paying that 30 days after you're released. You pay it $30 a month. Do what? Okay, and he's got the time to serve, so he'll be over there. She's gonna bring you a copy of a register that you'll need to sign when the probation parole officer bring that over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we've got Clifford Kennedy. Clifford Kennedy. Are you Clifford Kennedy? Are you Clifford Kennedy? Clifford Kennedy,
Sir.
were you born in 1985?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 6878.
Sir.
You're here today for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
On a plea of guilty to receiving stolen property over 1,000, defendant shall receive a sentence of 1 year. Probated. Is that correct, Mr. Stockton? Probated?
No, Your Honor, it's 1 year to serve.
That's correct, Your Honor. It's one to serve.
Well, right after that, it says probation is to be supervised, I didn't know. So on the agreement, so 1 year to serve, court costs the amount of $155, you paid it $30 a month, starting 30 days after you're released. 1 year to serve. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now we have Christopher Ayers. Cumberland
That's
County.
on for sentencing as well, Your Honor.
Yes. And he's in the Clinton County Jail,
Yes, sir.
Clinton County Jail. Are you Christopher Ayers?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your year of birth,
1988,
and the last four digits of your social security number.
1767.
Now, this is Clinton Circuit Court case number 22 CR 0054. You entered a plea. We actually had the court over in Cumberland County. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Upon a plea of guilty to an unlawful transaction of minor second degree, receive a sentence of 1 year. You shall receive credit for time served. What's the court cost? $155. You'll pay that 30 days a month. $30 a month, starting 30 days after you're released. Now, this is not a case where the registry, there's no registry here. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, Mr. Ayers, you need to be very careful. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Wait just a second. I'm not finished. Okay, don't let me read it out to you. Okay. Okay, now we have one other person that needs to see us. Is that correct?
Edward Day.
Edward Daly.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Stockton, you have him on your docket.
I do not, Mr. Cross, I spoke briefly about the case the other day.
I didn't notice it for today, Your Honor. Most of the pre-trial. And I can come back to court or Mr. Stockton can back to court what's going on.
Well, let me get your client. Edward Daly, are you Edward Daly?
Yes, sir, I am.
What's your year of birth?
3/16/1951.
The last four digits of social security number.
Okay. Social security number now,
The last four digits, if you remember.
282842.
What's this charge here? It's not on my docket.
Claims that he was allegedly shooting according to neighborhood residents. And the problem is he's in jail because he missed a court date and he missed his case appointment. He's out of custody. And he was supposed to go to that, he'd show up for that, and then put him on authority and appear to court.
Scheduling from May the 5th for negotiation and May the 11th.
Your Honor, may I address the court?
Speak up so he can hear
Mr.
you.
Daly, Your Honor, according to my information, was arrested and is been incarcerated now for over 2 months. Now, I've got his brother here with us today, Lester. And he can't be his guardian, but he'll be responsible for Eugene going where he needs to go.
Okay, you can, let me tell you here.
Yeah.
There's a firearm involved, there's shots fired. He's supposed to go to KCPC and he didn't go. He hadn't complied.
Your Honor, I was going to explain to the court. I am very familiar with Mr. Daly. About 13 or 14 years ago, I represented him in his Social Security disability claim. And Mr. Daly does have issues, and they do need to be evaluated and addressed. But it's a little bit like Mr. Edwards, except Mr. Edwards is clearly a danger. But I think if we can get Mr. Daly evaluated forthwith, that's fine, and Lester will do what he can to help facilitate.
Well, I have no doubt that Lester will, I have no doubt that Lester wants to do the right thing and wants to help his brother and everything. That doesn't persuade me that this gentleman is not a danger. You know, I mean, he won't comply. So he is, you know, it appears to me that he's about almost 73 years old, something like that. He's down there in Clinton County Jail in a tough situation. But unless he's gonna move in with his brother with an ankle bracelet on, where's he gonna stay?
At this point in time, may I speak to Lester briefly? According to Lester, we believe that Eugene's sister, Joyce Phillips, will accept him in her home, and we can confirm that.
Well, if you can convince the Commonwealth, I'll consider an agreed order based upon his age and the fact that he'll have to be under a curfew there, not to leave that house, complete curfew. He's not to, I mean, she can take him to church, goes to church. You gotta go to the doctor. Other than that, he's not to leave that house. He's to have an ankle monitor on.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, anybody that's in the family, they'll be approved. Anybody in the family will be approved to take him to appointments that he has. Okay.
Eugene, you understanding this?
Yes, sir.
What's his sister?
Joyce Phillips.
We're gonna let you out to live with your sister Joyce Phillips. You're not to leave that location. I'm gonna put an ankle bracelet on you. Also, Miss Phillips is not to have any firearms in that house while you're staying there. You understand?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's the right answer.
Yes, sir.
I'll talk to her.
Get the monitor on. Okay. Okay, is there anybody? Yeah, that's good for you, sir. Is there anybody else at the jail down there?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, y'all are excused. Okay, is there anyone else here in court who came?
We've got the paperwork done. Find it. Yeah. Lester, wait on me. I'm sorry.
Mr. Gibson, sorry. Is this a felony plea?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who's in the docket sheet? Just give me the number. We're on 21 CR 00029. State your name for the record, please, sir.
Justin Gibson,
Justin Gibson. Mr. Gibson, what is your year of birth?
6/2/95,
Last 4 digits of the social security number.
0731.
A motion's been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 00029?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
Have you received and reviewed all the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? And you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes.
You understand you do not have to enter a guilty plea today.
Yes.
You have certain rights under Kentucky and the United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself, no one can make you say anything, right to speak trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and prosecute all witnesses called to testify against you. The right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in favor, the right to kill this matter at a higher court to lose, and right to part of the Commonwealth to run a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you, that you understand that to enter a guilty plea today, you have given up those rights. Yes, sir. I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. You do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I'll await the pre-sentence investigation report from probation parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to have a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. You understand that? Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Stockton, if you want to step to your left, gentlemen, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Mr. Gibson will plead guilty to possession of controlled substance, first degree, with a sentence of 1 year, probated for 2 years. This will run concurrently with the Dyer Circuit Court 21 CR 235. He'll receive credit for any time served, pay court cost discretion in the court, maintain gainful employment. All evidence in this case be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you pleading guilty because you did commit the crimes charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir.
Are you doing so of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
You know, you understand that any future pleas of guilty or convictions will allow your sentence to be enhanced in a persistent felony offender law. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Knowing your constitutional rights, is it still your desire to proceed with your guilty plea?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature on the document? Yes. I'll accept it. And this is a probated sentence.
Yes, he's on probation now of the Dyer Circuit Court on 3.
Okay.
It was last.
Well, I guess if he's on probation there, we could probably waive the pre-sentence investigation.
We can wait, Your Honor. I think
Wait a
that's
second. Okay, we'll do the pre-sentence investigation report and be sentenced on May the 11th. Okay, thank you. Does that conclude the criminal docket?
It concludes clean. And I think there was a Cumberland Circuit Court. They said.
We already did that. Did we do a Cumberland Circuit Court case?
No.
Yeah, it's Commonwealth versus Kenneth Boyd.
Is he here?
He is.
Come on around. Oh, I tell you what happened. I looked at that other indictment that had Cumberland on it.
Oh, okay.
I knew we had something from Cumberland, but it wasn't from Cumberland yet.
Okay.
You have what is the docket number on that? Criminal action number.
It is 22 CR 89.
00089. Okay. Cumberland Circuit Court meeting here in special session in Clinton County by agreement of the parties. This is 22 CR 0008889.
That's right.
Okay, state your name, please.
Kenneth Boyd.
Okay, Mr. Pulliam, what is your year of birth?
73.
Last 4 digits of your social security number.
3449.
Mr. Stockton, what do you have? You want to come forward?
Yeah, this is a DUI court case on a 5-year sentence, 720 days down probation.
Well, I would say that I think it's 3 year, it's 3 year.
Oh,
It was.
it was. I just want to extend it. I didn't bring the file.
Okay,
But
yeah,
I'll give you whatever the plea.
yes, it was 3.
3 years probated for 5.
Probated for 3 for 3.
Yeah, the minimum statutory.
Okay, how many days does he have in?
Your Honor, if I may, yeah, there's the PSI, it's 31 days jail credit, actual jail credit. We take no issue with that. And the defense reviewed the PSI, it's been presented, and we don't see any errors in that as well. Except that there is 31 days jail credit.
Okay, well, I'll sentence him to 3 years. Probated for 3 years. $120 days with jail credit.
Your Honor, if I may,
How much?
if I may address the court.
How much is the jail credit?
We would be arguing that the jail credit has been significant. He's been in long-term rehab since the case, and that he's had residential treatment. I have an order of completion. He has had drug tests week after week there at the facility. This has been an inpatient residential treatment facility. The reason why we're here today, it was going to be set last month for sentencing, but the court allowed it to be set today so that my client could complete drug rehab, and has done so. He's employed, Your Honor. He's been employed while he's been in rehab. I've got.
Where is he employed?
He is employed with
Stratus Plastics.
Stratus Plastics.
Where is that located?
How do you get back to work? Somebody take you?
Well, I just up until the last week, just like I came home. My son who lives in Boulder, and I go to Boulder every week.
And you don't have to drive.
I got no stuff. Okay.
And he's been fully compliant, Your Honor, with regard.
What's your position on it? You gonna come up and get on
I
camera?
think, based on the fact that he's completed rehab and gained employed, I would be willing to do an ankle monitor just for the next 89 days with no work. Church.
Well, I don't do.
I don't normally do that.
I don't do enough DUIs to know what I can.
We've done that one time before in Kermit County. We entered a home incarceration on a mandatory minimum on one point. I don't think it's allowed on anything less than I think it has to be jail time, but I think there is some provisions with the rehab that you can get credit on sentencing.
Your Honor, I have some authority here if you, as far as statutory authority.
But I said other.
Okay, yeah, that's right. And
Well, I'll put him on an ankle bracelet for the rest of the time with a complete curfew, except work, church, the doctor during that time period, okay? And if you go anywhere but work, church, the doctor, you'll need to call the compliance company and tell them where you're going and why you're going. You know, so on.
counseling services, anything like that.
I think probation officer too.
Yeah.
I don't know if you would supervise.
Well, let's go supervision until the. You know, the thing about it is I don't know where they can supervise him while he's doing a sentence. Can you? I can hear you, I'm sorry. See, that's the reason I said the compliance, the people have the ankle bracelet on, you know, that's who'll be tracking them. And then once you get off that, you'll need to meet with probation and parole officer. Just to give them the information that they need since the rest of it is probated, okay? Is there someone, can we call somebody and put it on today or what?
I probably have to. These tracks here, but I'd say they're open.
We can get in contact with you.
But once you, he can, I won't make him go be booked or anything. You can just wait here and they'll put it on you here, and that way you won't have to worry about signing up on any other time, okay? Well, I'll just sign you up here. They can monitor you over in Barron County. We have confidence in this group here because we deal with them all the time. So, okay. Thank you. You just take a seat there somewhere and wait for them.
What's that?
Okay, is there anybody else for the criminal court? Okay, that concludes, we're next on for 1 o'clock or 1 o'clock. It's unbelievable.
I'm still getting the same. We'll be here.
Yeah, good seeing you. You gonna be here with us all the time?
I was
Yeah. Where are you from originally?
I'm from White County originally.
Well, I could hear an accent.
You hear the accent?
Well, I know, Yancey and Annette.
Very well. That was my first job out of high school, leaving this market.
Well, I went up there when they had all of those election contest cases. When they had the one over the jailers race, and then there was one over Homer Weaver, and somebody else had one. That's where he was born. And I forget what my client's name. Homer Weaver was the jailer, and mine Charles Markham.
Yeah.
Charles Markham, and then I represented the former clerk up there, Mr. White, during all that federal stuff. It's rough. Where do you live now?
I'm, and my wife is still there, so I got.
You gonna drive down here? It's not that bad a drive.
No, it's about 2 hours. My wife is a nurse. She used to make it all, she used to fly all the days.
Yeah,
So she used to make it all the time, so I can't complain.
yeah.
Beautiful
I
drive.
stayed at, when I was up there, there was this little hotel, little block building hotel there, and I'm sure it's been torn down a long time
Cozy
ago.
Motel.
What?
Probably the Rocking Chair Inn or Cozy Motel.
So I don't know. It was up on a bank there, and there's an old man named Cap ran it, you know. He kind of watched out for me, you know what I mean?
Right.
And then I ate those best hamburgers in the world down there. And Yancey and Annette just getting started, and they're friends. And I went on a trip with them one time. We went on vacation day. Sometimes you got more time out to explain it to you. Are they still married?
They are.
Yeah. Well, now, she got religion a long time ago, and I understand he might have since then. I don't know.
He was a little bit after her.
Yeah. Well, see, he's a Spanish speaker, and he, Jesse, let me yell at you before you leave here. Yeah. Just bring home incarceration. Yeah.
Don't put that in.
Well, I'll tell you about some. We went down to Islam and Horace together down on the island off when we developed in. The more needed he is, the pastor and talks. He grew up, we're talking about Yancey White. He grew up down in Costa Rica. Part of his family had a lot of people in Clay County and timber business had holdings down in Costa Rica. They made a lot of money. Interesting place.
Yes.
Well, good seeing you.
Yeah, God, it's a pleasure.
Yeah.
So we'll do it again in a month. Bless you.
Let me yell at you back in the chamber. Mr. Hunley, we're glad to see you here.
Dutch,
You've been down to grand jury.
I have, let Lanny go
Are they ready to return?
if they're not up.
Ms. Weatherly, are you online there?
I am, Your Honor. As a vote.
Yeah. Okay, this is Pulaski Circuit Court Division I Civil Action Number 22 CI 00283. And this is a renewed motion to compel for entry of order to dismiss and alternative motion for sanctions. Now, in this, the last time we were here, we went down step by step by step the things that were to be complied with. And I understand, Ms. Huff, that you have not received that information. Is that correct?
That's correct. Your Honor.
Okay, now I don't want to, I read your motion. I have it here. Let's go for the purpose of creating a new order. What is it exactly that you have not received?
Your Honor, I have not received.
Hold on, I've got it here. Oh, I read it last night, but it's longer than Paul's letters to the Romans.
Fine. As I say, I've got a couple motions and responses.
Do you have to go to the transcript to do the thing?
No, Your Honor, I think I've hopefully have summarized it on page 3 of the motion to dismiss and alternative motion for sanctions. Proof of any assets allegedly.
Let's go down through them slowly. I don't. I think you referred to exhibits, don't you? Really
Yeah, again,
set them
I
out.
apologize because initially I thought the motion dismissed and alternative motion for sanctions. Then I got a motion back. So there's competing response and replies. But if you find my motion to dismiss and alternative motion for sanctions, that was filed and served on the 4th of April.
No, I don't care when. I don't have the file here, but I had one of your motions that had a transcript attached.
Yes, Sean, and it is, it's exhibit C.
E.
C, I think it's, let's see, let me check. C, it's exhibit C to the motion that I filed. And if you go to page 6. of
I haven't
exhibit
found C yet. I have D here.
I think that's another, Jan, I think you're probably looking at my response to a motion that the plaintiff filed. The motion to dismiss an alternative motion.
Sanctions, sanctions thing is on page 3 here. Motion to dismiss alternative motion for sanctions. Is that what you're talking about on page 3?
Yes, Your Honor. Page 3 is a summary.
Well, that's what we want to get to is the summary.
And then I referenced the transcript at pages
Wait,
14.
let's go to page 3, paragraph 3. At both hearings, specific interrogatories detailed exactly what was complete. Number 1, proof of any assets, bank accounts, real estate allegedly not disclosed at the time of prenuptial agreement. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Weatherly, are you still with us?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, I don't see you.
Oh, hold on.
Now, have
I
you,
changed locations to get better Wi-Fi.
have you provided proof of that? Have you complied with that order?
No,
Okay. Why have you not complied with that order?
because we object to it. And there's no written order for which we can formally object to.
You agree with that?
You don't have tendered a written order on multiple occasions. Mrs. Weatherly has it. We've had this hearing twice.
Okay, well, I'll sign an order that she presents today. Evidently, y'all couldn't come to an agreement on what I believe I remember, y'all couldn't come to agreement with what the order was to say.
Yeah,
Okay,
the only order she ever responded to was an earlier version. She never responded at all to the one.
Okay, well, you present me one and I'm fixing to sign it, okay? Number 2, evidence of the plaintiff's current net worth. Have you complied? And that would be the same answer. You didn't comply because there wasn't a written order. Is that correct?
Well, and we object to it. But anything about her current net worth has nothing to do with anything of that.
Well, let me say though, the reason you did, there wasn't an order for you to comply with.
Right.
Okay, or to object to, okay?
Exactly.
But I think I already ruled that you had to provide these things. They're just not a written order, and I understand that there's not a written order. I can't make you comply with it, okay? Number 3, evidence of the plaintiff's receipt of non-probate assets as a result of Mr. Head's death, such as insurance policies, proceeds, other assets payable on death to the plaintiff. Okay, and that would be your same response. Although you object to it, there wasn't a written order, correct?
Yes.
Any and all documents supporting the plaintiff's claim that she contributed to the acquisition of assets during the marriage, okay? Subject to confidentiality requirements. Now, was there anything else that Ms. Huff that you needed besides that information there?
I think it's the income tax issue is moot.
Okay, there weren't income taxes filed, which what there was something about them filing separately for some years and that sort of thing like that. But no, you found out, I believe in one of your motions, you said that none were filed at all, correct?
As I understand it, they had, during the decedent's lifetime, they had filed taxes jointly, but they were behind. So there were a couple of years of tax returns that had not been filed. So the accountant was asking for this information before.
Just tell
filing.
me.
But I think that's
just wanna
resolved.
know.
I think the
You're
income
not
tax is
interested in
resolved.
the income tax stuff anymore.
I think it's moot, yes.
Okay, that's what I want to hear. Okay. Now, obviously, since there was no written order entered, I'm not going to do any sanction. But I'm going to sign a written order today. I'm going to grant your motion as far as the discovery is concerned. And it'll be entered today. My staff lawyer is not with me today. There's been a tendered proposed order. If you want to tender one denying the motion, you can. But I'm gonna enter that. And is there anything else that you have?
I think that's it, Your Honor.
Okay, now you had a counter motion of some sort, counsel, did you?
I did. This is the third time that we've been hailed into court to for sanctions or motions to compel orders. This is the third time we've had to defend them, orders that were never entered, and she still keeps hailing us into court over and over again to defend these. And until there, her frustration is not with us; it's that there wasn't a entered order. So I think for us having to defend it 3 times, I think my client is entitled to some type of cost for having to defend stuff that she knew wasn't valid. So, whatever the.
Wait just a minute. It's not that she knew wasn't valid. There just hadn't been an order signed. You knew that I'd ordered that information to be provided. And for some reason, no, y'all couldn't agree on the terms of the order. But I'm going to tell you something right now. This order will be complied with this time. Okay. And then you can wait just a second. Okay. And you will comply with this order. And I'm getting a little frazzled with this case by attorneys not being able to cooperate with each other more than you are. So I want both of you to step back on this case. I'm just a poor special judge trying to find my way through this morass that I did not create. And I want this order complied with. And it will be signed and you will comply with it. And nobody's going to get any to say that your client didn't know what she was going to have to do, or that Ms. Huff didn't know that there had been an order. That's in the past. We're going to start afresh right here. I'm going to sign this order. Now, do you have anything else you'd like to bring up?
No.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you. And the next time that we hear this case, I'm going to come to Pulaski County so we can all be present in person in case it's necessary for me to take some further action in this case. So all the lawyers will be there, if you understand what I'm saying.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you very much.
And how do you want us to make, Your Honor, how do you want us to make arrangements for that?
Well, right now, there's no need for me to come back until y'all comply with this stuff. But I'll make the arrangements. Y'all file a motion and my staff lawyer will call up there to clerk's office. Y'all hopefully can agree on a day that you can both be there. If not, then we'll have a scheduling conference over the phone, and I'll have the clerk's office from up there on the phone to see y'all have a legion of courtrooms up there, so surely they can find someplace to get a poor special judge in up there. So we'll schedule it. Hopefully we won't be back here until y'all file a notice that you complied with discovery and you're ready for trial, or dispositive motion on the other. Okay, thank y'all very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. May be excused. Okay. 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 There's no other special judge case. Is that it, or is there another one? That's it. Two of them. Okay. And those are special, I think. Let me see here. Let's go to the civil docket here. Where's the docket sheet on this? Right here it is. Harris versus Guffey.
It's TNCI 112.
I got it here, yeah. And what we have, there evidently, there was a recommendation of Domestic Relations Commissioner that had not been signed by my predecessor over 10 years ago. Is there anyone to object to that? There weren't any exceptions filed or anything. Do you have a proposed order? Did you?
I do, submit one, but no appearance.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank y'all. Dudley Hay and others versus Cowboy Charcoal.
Just my understanding is that the plaintiff in that case, or the defendant has agreed to pass that motion. We have essentially settled the case, just waiting on the terms.
Wonderful.
Just
I
got,
wish I'd known that before I spent an hour and a half reading that motion yesterday and trying to like with a diagram.
I was under, we got an email from defense counsel that he would pass the motion about 2 days ago.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
that's why.
it's okay.
That's why I hadn't responded to the motion, Judge.
I'm pleased. Okay, Purdue versus Jones.
That's my motion. To get up with the master commissioner.
This was the acre lot.
The acre lot, and somehow there ended up being a subsequent deed made, but the commissioner's deed never was made. So,
What is the subsequent deed show that the acre had been off conveyed?
well, the source of title is for 1 acre, the 1 acre. But and source of
So the
title.
1 acre is all that was conveyed. And when I was reading the motion, I thought that there was the piece of land that was carved off of had mentioned that had been excluded, or at least included in the calls where it had been excluded.
It is, that's true. The problem, we've got a subsequent deed with a blank source of title that somehow got recorded.
On the 1 acre.
Yeah, so I need to get you a deed in an order. I would have done that, but I've been
That's
out
okay.
for a few days, so I'll get
Well, I
that.
hope you doesn't get lost in the missed again in 10 years from now, we don't have to, somebody else will have to say about that. Okay, thank you. Upchurch versus Larkin. Now, this was a case where you had some indemnification going on and you need to be able to file a cross claim, that sort of.
Yes,
Is there any objection to that?
Judge, we responded there and Chris Larkin. He obviously is going to deny the allegations of cross claim. I understand he's not particularly made. I think our concern.
If you step over behind the microphone where I can hear you.
I think our concern was just the case has been going on for a long time. Really, we're on the verge of having, I guess, a pre-trial conference in May. Just had a trial day, but that was.
If you had a settlement.
We have mediation tomorrow.
I have something else to add to my list for tonight.
If it settles, it's gonna be bad for local economy if it doesn't settle, because we're all spending a lot of money in Albany here lately.
I bet you hadn't spent a dime. Hey, there's no place good enough in Albany if you're a high price lawyer. Well, maybe Mr. Carroll, he'll eat anywhere. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and allow this to be filed as far as the complaint, just to get everybody there, so I don't mistakenly whack somebody off as far as some indemnification that I'm not aware of or anything else. So. Where are you doing the mediation at? Lexington? Y'all can find some fine restaurants up there. You just eat all of it you want up there, make it last for 2 days.
Just make sure they're in a good mood.
Have everyone well fed and appropriately lubricated. Okay, well, thank y'all very much. Submit an order. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Judge. I believe that's all I have.
Okay, have a great day. Everybody have a safe trip. Dyer Drug Management LLC.
I do have one more.
Yeah, well, I thought you did.
Judge, I
Yes,
think
sir.
we've got an agreement on finally closing discovery on this case in 60 days. Mr. Carroll has agreed that he's going to file a summary in 30
Well,
days.
Yeah, I think you also said that he had not complied with the pretrial order necessary to set it for trial, because even in the motion, it said that, or that Dyer Drug was almost ready. You said they were almost ready, and you said that he had not complied.
That's correct.
Yeah.
With never ending discovery, Judge, that has been a challenge, but we have also agreed that after the 60 days of discovery, 30 days thereafter, compliance will be due and we can come before you.
Well, that'd be good. And I've got, because we are kind of strict on when we set these trials, you can get a trial date pretty soon.
That'd be wonderful.
You'll get a trial date pretty soon, but
Anticipating
I
July.
think of the older days, when I first started practicing, where there wasn't any discovery hardly done at all, or even in criminal cases. And I asked him one day why I wasn't entitled to any discovery, and said, well, we don't do that here in the Monroe Circuit Court. You remember who would have been saying that to old guys? And I said, well, what do you do? And my law partner says, well, they just let them lay where Jesus flung them. So I don't know. Okay, well, y'all submit me an agreed order on that. Is there any other issues that while you're here, even though there aren't before me on motion, that need to be taken care of?
I can't think of anything, Judge.
Well,
I'm going to submit a motion for summary judgment shortly.
well, you won't until after discovery's finished, will you?
Well, we have an agreement on the 30 days.
Yeah.
We've had 3 years of discovery in this case. I think we know.
It's
best.
not mainly completed.
Okay, well, let's get it there and let's see what happens. Okay, thank y'all very much.
Thank you,
Thank
Judge.
you. Thank you.
Ingram versus Ingram.
Your Honor, I represent Ms. Ingram and Mr. Ingram here. Your Honor, I have spoke with Mr. Ingram, and what we would propose to do is to pass this over to the next motion day, and he would be able to have me some proof of my client being released from the indebtedness pursuant to the divorce decree. And
Proof of what?
she has filed a motion to show cause. She was on a mortgage,
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
And
now.
a
Okay, I remember the
carded-
detail.
and
Yeah.
he's waiting on proof to come back. So if we could pass it to the
Proof
end.
of what? That she has been released?
Yes, yes.
You say she has been released.
Yeah, I've got the car completely paid off and her name is off of the loan on the mortgage. I'm just waiting on them to
Well,
get back.
sometimes you can pay things off and the companies don't release them in a timely manner, which is not your fault. I guess the county clerk's office would know whether the lien have been filed here or where.
There is a mortgage file here. It's a little bit unusual. The deed while they were married was put in his name.
I'm not talking, I asked you about the lien on the car.
The car lien, it has not been reported that I'm aware of.
The release of it has not?
I don't
been?
think so, but
Well, you live here in Clinton County, right?
Yep.
We all can stop on the way out down there today and see if the lien has been
I
released.
was actually down there earlier and they said it's not been through yet.
And, okay, so then you need to call the company that had the lien and tell them that it puts you at risk.
I did, and it's supposedly in the mail, but
I understand. Well, I think at some juncture, they could have some exposure for not properly releasing the lien that would put you in harm's way. So you accept that, and then you got the mortgage.
once we get this proof, we'll be.
Well, the proof is the mortgage is downstairs. What's the bank that holds the mortgage?
It's Quicken Loans.
So it was one of these that got sold to.
It's unusual though. He's the only one on the deed, but she signed the mortgage. I just
Well,
haven't.
you have to sign a mortgage if you're
I
married to
understand,
somebody.
but I can't find, I don't have the promissory note. I'm just wanting to see if she signed that. And he's gonna try to get that to me. The promissory note.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
So if we could pass it for 30
Well,
days.
It'd be malpractice, but for them, if she didn't sign the note, I mean, why wouldn't they want her to sign the note?
I don't know. We've not been able to get the note and he's gonna try to.
Okay, put it off till May the 11th, and you'll have to be back on May the 11th unless y'all have an agreed order. Okay,
And Your Honor, can we pass that to the end of the docket on that date? He gets off work at Keystone at 1:30 and if he could.
well, I'm sure you're gonna have an agreement by then. If you-
We
if you
think
have an
we will.
agreement.
We've talked and we think that we,
Yeah, well, I don't want you to miss any work for it, so
yeah, he took off today and I said maybe you could let him
Well,
come in late.
I'm sorry you had to do that. Okay, see you later.
Thank you.
Wells versus Wells, the Domestic Relation Commissioner. Tuck versus Tuck, Domestic Relation Commissioner. Orton versus Orton. Hey, what do you got?
Your Honor, this is our motion for default, enter the default for 3. There was no response filed in regard to the petition for divorce. My client would like to put on some proof regarding custody and property. It would be really brief.
Okay. Raise your right hand. Swear the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Please state your name. Heather Danielle Orton. And
Speak up.
Heather Danielle Orton, and you're a resident of Kentucky. I am. And you're 35 years of age. I am. And you're employed as a special ed teacher, assistant. Is that what it's called? Yeah, I'm a paraprofessional at Albany Elementary. And you're married to Jonathan Orton? Yes. And he is present here today, and y'all were married in Clinton County on January 29th of 2011? Yes. You separated February 8th of 2023? Yes. And you all haven't lived together since then? No. And you're not currently pregnant? No. And is your marriage irretrievably broken? And do you request a reconciliation conference? You all have 3 children. What are their names and ages?
Tessa Scott Orton, she's age 11. Brayley Yvonne Orton, she's almost 9. Jonathan Eli Orton, and he is 6.
And based on, you work and make approximately $1,214.85 monthly gross wages, is that correct?
Yes.
And during your marriage, what was the income of your spouse?
The last little bit. Nothing.
Prior to the last couple of years, what was his occupation?
He was an over the road trucker.
And did he bring in over 50,000 a year? Yeah, or more?
Yes.
And are you asking the court to impute him to $15 an hour at this time? Yes. And based on that, you went over the calculations based on the percentage of time spent, and would that be $564? No, that's the wrong one. Would that be $730?
Yes, it's in.
Your Honor, we need to submit this calculation.
Provide him a copy of it.
If you would let Mr. Orton see it. At current, is he ordered to pay as of March 9th, he was to pay 75 a week?
Yes.
And have you received any child support? Okay, and what is your position as far as the custody of the children?
I would love to stay sole custodian. I would love for it to still be supervised.
As it is right now,
Yes.
3 hours on Saturday?
With OC Markham.
And do you feel that it's in your children's best interest that you be named sole custodian with the supervised visits as it is?
Yes.
Are your children integrated into your home and bonded to you all, your family,
Yes.
and integrated into their school and community?
Yes.
And are they in good health?
Yes.
And as far as property, you all own no marital property except a car which was repossessed. And are you asking that Mr. Orton, if there's any deficiency balance, that he be responsible for that bill?
Yes.
It
And
was repoed
Yes.
and sold.
Um,
it was only in his name, so I don't think that we got any information on that. We didn't get any documents. You all own no real estate.
No.
And have you called recently about a tax refund for 2022? Is that the only marital asset that you all have?
Yes.
And what information have you received from the IRS?
I've got transcripts of what we're supposed to be getting back.
Did you file this document?
No, he filed online with TurboTax.
And so you didn't sign any documentation, nor did you meet with him and agree to anything?
He knew, or I knew he was going to do. I didn't know when. I come home from work and it was done.
And have you received
Did he
information?
have your W-2s?
Yes. I know he did.
What is the amount the IRS has advised you that you get as a return?
$7,711.
And are you in fear that that money will not be available to you unless there's a court order?
Probably because I don't know how it comes. I don't know if it comes in a card or what, so.
And are you,
Wait just a second. It's not
are
true.
you asking that you be awarded this sum of money due to the fact that you've been the sole supporter and provider of the children?
I would like half, at least half of it, because I don't feel like I deserve it.
But did he make any money last year, or was it just your income?
It was just my income last year that we used.
So-
on it.
so
So
are-
you can see on here that it was just my W-2 that. we used.
And were you the sole provider of the children last year?
Yes.
And so are you,
Well, it was an earned income credit.
yes, I'm pretty sure it was. I didn't see his return that he filed. Are you,
He did it online with Turbo.
Yes.
are you asking that, the court grant you a divorce?
Yes.
And have you taken your FIT class and provided proof to the court?
Yes.
And it has been filed?
Yes.
That's all my client has, except the tax. She would also, would you ask for the tax exemption and deduction each year for the children in
Yes.
future years,
Yeah.
unless he's paying support,
Yeah, if he's paying support, then I don't.
as long as he's not in arrears? That's all I have.
Okay. Now, I'm going to grant the divorce. But do you have anything you'd like to be sworn to? Raise your right hand. Y'all move to the left here. Well, the testimony about to give the truth and whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you can ask yourself a question. if you
All
want
right.
to.
I'd like to get my letter, pull up my phone. It's got.
What?
My phone has information for Travis about today.
About what?
Well, it was a misunderstanding about my paperwork not getting done because of
What
my,
paperwork you talking?
for my response. Because of the criminal charges that they've got on there right now, where he's assistant attorney, he was not able to cover them, so therefore.
Well, that's over with. You didn't respond. And so
He asked me to issue it today.
I'm gonna grant her a divorce. Okay. Now, the next issue is, What we gotta talk about, you want to say anything about the taxes? You agree to pay her all the money on the tax?
I don't care about that. I'm not.
I don't care, I didn't
Yes, sir.
ask you whether you
Yes, sir.
cared about it or not. In other words, what can we do to guarantee that the tax payment is sent to her?
Right there where it goes. I mean, that's it.
What I mean, what is
That
that?
is a credit card, my debit card work, we'll receive that, we have received that somebody stolen our identity. And that's why the holdup has been
So
on
they
it.
automatically file it with.
It's something about they'll prolong it or investigate it, she might have more information. I've
I'm
got.
talking about where they're gonna send the
It will
money.
go on this credit on the card. I will surrender it to her, I'm not, like I say, I will surrender. it.
I don't know whether she could get it if it's on that card.
The
Is
PIN
it
number.
card in both of your names?
No, but I'll give her the PIN, it's 0606. I'm not trying to keep it. I'm not about the money.
Okay, so you'll get the information in the card.
Yes, she was advised that it should be payable sometime next week, about the 15th.
So we did get, received a letter of mail that I give all mail that has John's name on, I give that to Pete and obviously gives to him during his vacation. And there was a letter even from the IRS that said it could be at least 60 more days. That-
But you just watch that account. And you withdraw it and put it in the order that he is represented, that he's given the card and the PIN number, okay?
Did you say the pin was?
Well, don't say
Yeah,
it.
0606. Sorry.
Okay. Trying to protect your PIN number, but that's okay.
Oh, it's-
Okay, is there anything else? Now, you'll have to attend these parenting classes before you get into visitation,
Before I get any more supervised.
before you get any more visitation. It's changed. So how can you sign up for the parenting things?
I have a number at my office. They have it at the clerk's. Actually, you contact, Marcy Jones, what's her married name? Yeah, y'all have the number, Melissa.
Okay, now, do you have any objection for him to have the limited visitation he previously had supervised for at least 2 weeks until he can get this?
I don't think so.
Okay, so you have 2 weeks and you can go ahead and do this supervised visitation. And that concludes what we have to do here, okay? Thank y'all very much.
Your Honor, I'll attend an order at some.
Okay, Vanderbilt Mortgage and Finances versus Chad. They give them a packet over there. Vanderbilt Mortgage and Finance versus Chad Horner. Is there something, is there a file there? Okay, this is a default judgment and order of possession, which I'm going to sign properly. Service has been verified, service process. And that concludes the docket. Okay, so we go off the record. I think she must have gotten a message. I'm gonna be up in class. And is he here for that? Because she didn't. I've got stuff where she was supposed to provide, where she didn't sign the order, so. Do it. You know, Megan, are you still there? Let's see your photo, how bad you look.
I'm here, but I'm not turning on the video.
That's what I figured. I might send these deputies out here to bring you in. I don't think they want to catch whatever you've got. Yeah, I'll call you in just a minute. That